guys? Welcome back. Welcome into the chat. Hello, Trina. How are you doing? Got Jalen in the house. Deb V. Nola. Yeah, we are road tripping right now. Donna, how are you doing? Yes, we are on the road, guys. On California roads at that. That's why you hear all the bumps and all the little winding and clicks and cracks. That is your California tax dollars not going to what it's supposed to go for. Susan, Sugar Bear, Jay keeps asking. Yeah, we'll talk about that round table here in a minute. I only listened to some of it, but I might play it in the background for those folks that didn't hear the round table discussion. It's kind of interesting. Hello, Debbie. I had jumped on. I've been busy this morning. I tell you, Caden had his first field trip. And so we went over there to the pumpkin patch. He had to be at school at 7:30. I was packing. Rachel dropped him off at school, and then we met him out at the pumpkin patch. Then got home, finished packing up, double checking, making sure all the batteries were good and everything was ready for the trip. And I jumped on there, and I was tagged quite a bit. And one of the persons that actually tagged me was Quincy on X. And it was about the roundtable and all the people that went to Washington, D.C. And I ended up talking to Quincy a little while later because he's left Portland now. We'll get into that in a minute. But a lot of people are saying, man, and I'm not bashing anybody in any sense of the form. I don't want it to sound, even come off like that. But Quincy said, man, there's been people that's been covering Antifa since he was talking about himself, me, and some others that have been out there on the grounds with Antifa as independent journalists, not part of any organization, not part of someone funding us, and he goes, it's, kind of crazy that people like us don't get an invite. And I told him on the phone. I called him later because he said call me, and I said you got to understand we don't fit their mold. We're not going to be called up like that. Some of the journalists that were there haven't even been doing it for really that long and never even left their own backyard. But there was a lot of great journalists there. A lot of people I totally support. But I'm not bothered by it, but I do wish they would actually get the originals, like people that were out in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, that literally scraped by with 6 guys in a hotel room so we could bring the coverage to folks. I mean, there was some hard times back then. I mean, there's hard times now, but I remember, man, are we going to have gas money to get home? It was like, you know what? We're going to figure that out, but we got to get this documented, whether it was in LA, whether it was riots in LA, whether it was Antifa. We went to Portland. We went to Berkeley, the home of some craziness, the Battle of Berkeley. So I was surprised so many people tagged me. I seen Knucklehead Homestead, I don't know if he's in here, tagged me and said it should be people like Josh down there. But yeah, no, they had a great little discussion down there, and I think it's a huge step. I think it's a huge step in actually doing something and exposing. MSNBC, CNN has covered for Antifa. Antifa's been an arm of the Democrat Party. It was called out today. The things that we report to you, like you look at the DSA, Democrat Socialist of America, you look at these far left organizations like CASA and everyone else, they're all intertwined with Antifa. They utilize, and Jonathan Cho said what we reported on 2 years ago when we were down in Sacramento, that the homeless union and the homeless is partnered with Antifa. Most of the people at the homeless union in Sacramento were black bloc wearing Antifa that were going out and slashing tires when we were having events down at the state capitol, assaulting the elderly, throwing things, I mean, think about that time. I'm gonna have to play that again. That was one of my funniest things. I remember Jason had never experienced that, and that boy was dancing as they were launching fireworks and explosives at us right in front of the state capitol. He's like, "Oh my God!" And it was just excellent because he got to see firsthand the police just stand there and do absolutely nothing. We are heading to Portland. We won't make it there tonight. We will make it to Oregon tonight, but we are heading to Portland. We're gonna stop and grab a bite with Renee from chat in about, I don't know, four and a half hours. And then on the way back, hopefully we can hook up with Nola and grab a bite to eat with Nola. That's one of my favorite things to do, is hang out with you guys when we get a chance and an opportunity to. And we got a chance and an opportunity. What is it? We got all kind of gifted subscriptions right now. B. Mikey and Old Uncle Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Give them a press on Rumble. Great to have the army in here. And you guys, I was talking about, so I don't know how Portland will be. I'm a little disappointed. We're going, as we always do. We'll find the content. But I was talking to Quincy when he heard I was going, and he's like, yeah. He goes, it looks like they blocked everything off. It looks like Portland police are going to have a presence down there. And I don't think much will happen. And I was like, I don't know. I think this weekend, I think Friday and Saturday night will probably be pretty big at that outside the ICE facility. But he took off, went back home. Prayers to him. He's safe, and that's a good thing. But I know a lot of people have taken off out of Portland. Maybe that's a good thing for us, but we'll find out when we get down there. And at least it's good. We can document some of the stuff going on. Think about it. It took the Department of Homeland, or Secretary Nome, to go down there just so Portland police would do their job. It doesn't mean they're going to do their job. But it's just pretty cool that we're going to be making it down there, bringing the Oreo Army along. Faith here, guys. It's all in God's timing, all in God's plan. So yeah, I don't know how many of you seen, I call him a traitor, Zach Bryan, the so-called country singer. Did that song about he's kind of anti-ICE, and Rachel didn't know about it yet, and I told her, and she's like, what? And she went straight to all her music apps and made sure she deleted anything so it would never come up again. I was like, good. know what, Carol? I need to work on that for that. I got to figure out. I think I don't know if I can do it from here. I'll have to look because I'm not logged in here to mod. But I'll try to do that when we find a hotel room tonight. And then one thing that was absolutely cool is Krista R. She's probably traveling today. But Krista texted me when I said, hey, if things go well in Portland and we get some extra funds, I'm going to stop by a Costco and get a GoPro. Because that would be nice to have. Just another camera to wear. We used to wear one back in the day, if you guys remember, and that thing burnt up like, I don't know, it was an old one. It was like the GoPro 3. They're already up to 13. And so she transferred me some money to Venmo to buy the GoPro 13. So we are going to buy that tomorrow morning in Oregon, so we'll be able to have that extra footage as well. So shout out to Krista. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Karen, that field trip was excellent. He had a good time. We had a hay ride. He got to get a pumpkin and go through the corn maze. He was having a blast. He really liked it. It was fun to see him with all his little classmates. He was cute. He was really cute. First time he got to ride a bus. And so I go, he gets off the bus because we met him at the pumpkin patch, and I said, how was the ride? Good. It was bumpy though. I was like, I guess they haven't improved the suspension on a school bus then. But yeah, we're heading north, guys. We're heading north. Pray that there's not traffic. I know there won't be traffic after Sacramento because it'll be later in the afternoon. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and make it all the way to Portland tonight. I don't know yet. We left about 1. So that would put us in Portland. Well, we got to stop. It'd put us in Portland probably at like 2:45 in the morning. From my house, it was 12 hours. I didn't look at the mileage or anything. I know we're going to be stopping up there with Renee and grabbing a bite to eat about 7 o'clock. And probably get back on the road. There's going to be some areas where we don't get any service. We got the ice chest full of water and drinks and protein. Good on that. Still got half of a burrito right here I'm gonna snack on. Going through Turd Block. Yeah, no, I didn't put I didn't pay for Starlink because that wouldn't be I'd have to pay for a whole month, and it would only be for about like a 60-mile stretch there and a 60-mile stretch back. And at the ICE facility, there's nowhere to, when you're around those protesters, I don't want to take all that equipment to be destroyed. I know I was talking to old Uncle Bill about the Starlink Mini the other day. I would love to trade my Starlink in because it's large for the Starlink Mini. It would be much easier to do and power when we're in the vehicle. I wonder if there is trade-ins. I'm sure. I'll have to find out. Maybe if Starlink has a trade-in, we'll do that. And we'll be able to bring it with us more often. Yeah, but I know there was Tommy Boy got some of his equipment stolen last night out there. Yeah, Denise, I got all the equipment. Turlock right now. It was so cute. He goes, well, I'll wait until we get done buffering. Hard to leave that little guy, but he goes, Dad, you got your pepper spray? I started laughing. I was like, yeah. And then he walks out to the car. He goes, oh, there's your pepper spray, Dad. Wow, you got a lot, Dad. Oh, man, he cracks. See what kind of traffic jam we got here. Is it a bunch of looky-loos? I bet it's a bunch of looky-loos. There's probably like one car broke down on the side of the road. Yeah, I'll probably play that round table here in a minute. I gotta hook up the, once we stop, I gotta hook up the other phone to the radio in the car. This says 6 minutes of traffic. 6 minutes is not too bad. We can deal with 6 minutes. What do you think it is? A car accident, road construction, or just a car on the side of the road? Yeah, but I'm so excited about that GoPro 13. You guys know I wanted those the glasses with the camera in it. But what's awesome about the GoPro 13 is you don't have to have it constantly recording, and it's voice activated, so you can just speak into it and it'll start recording. 4 minutes left of traffic. Karen, thank you so much for the Venmo. A great reporter on the ground. Thank you, Karen, for that Venmo. We appreciate you. Chomping down on the rest of my burrito. I still don't know about this these eclairs, Texas Bigfoot. You know what? I'm gonna buy some eclairs. Buy some eclairs on this trip. Maybe someone will include me. Robert, I got a carne asada burrito, Tijuana style. Beans, rice, carne asada, onions, salsa, and guacamole. Little place that opened up, I think I told you guys, by our house about 3 months ago. And I was running behind. Rachel's like, "Do you want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?" I was like, "I can't. That jelly's gonna just skyrocket my blood sugar." I said, "I'm just gonna grab something on the way out because I'm already late." Kind of wild. It's been a couple years since we've been to Portland. Remember going with Will Johnson, Ben Bergman back in the day. Then I went with another time we flew out. I went with James, our good buddy James Hope. Shrimp and steak kebabs. I can do a steak kebab. I never had an eclair. telling you, I think we need to learn a little bit more about that Ellenwood household. I think when Matt goes to work, I think he changed Jalen up in a closet. We're gonna see him on this like 60 Minutes Dateline. Or maybe it's just Indiana. Indiana's just in its own little bubble. Okay, let's go, let's go. We got things to do and people to see. If we go to a complete stop, I can make sure my Bluetooth is on. Setting. Connected now, I think. Connected. Let's see if we can put this on in the background. Give me 1 second. I won't be able to see any of your comments though right now, so just beware of that. Seems like a lot. See, this is it.
I can see them wanting to leave us. And if they do, I'm okay with it. If that's what the people have, they want to push people to be like that.
Audio. How do I get it to the... Putting it on in the background. Give me 1 second. There we go.
A good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on. And they're doing very well. We have potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East. That's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and they're unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually. And we'll see, but there's a very good chance that negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have all of the Muslim countries are included, all of the Arab countries, the very rich countries, and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas, and it seems to be going well. So we'll let you know. If that's the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening, but that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, is not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, a radical left terrorist in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility, killing 2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the very same month that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these courageous journalists have personally been victims of Antifa attacks. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in Andy is a very serious person too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe, because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain.
Hey, did you know that SMUD is now paying Sacramento homeowners thousands of dollars upfront to put a
Hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do: is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape. And you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's a flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note. Yeah. I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to Catholic church, or evangelicals. Well, everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart. And the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness, but she did it from the heart, and she did it an incredible. Everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried and was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. They're to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, you know, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American public, you know? What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem, who's really out there courageously, and I appreciate it, Kristi, amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information, Kash. It's great. Keep it coming, because there's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find. Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people. And they're going to be talking, journalists, almost all. And they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press at the end. Okay, Pam, please.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic, left-wing terrorist organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, They attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand to keep our federal officers safe, to keep our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening in Portland and Chicago, and you saw what happened in Dallas. No longer. This is not activism, it's anarchy. We can't and we will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement, and intimidate our communities. Under your leadership, President Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing. Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going non-stop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE Block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence.
Do not call an attorney if you've been in a car accident.
Don't call
There's
an
a smarter
attorney.
way to get paid a way bigger check without expensive upfront legal.
There are a lot of commercials.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city, and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter, it will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole of government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole of government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, and including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job.
While these robotic developments are impressive, what Elon will unveil next will be the chat.
Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. You want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today and on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So, look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI agents, ATF agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years, and apparently under the Biden regime that was just allowed to happen. That was fine, no problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon, and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media, and they're being forced to talk about it in reality, because we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. Much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right. I saw that.
took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah, I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have 2 of them from the same guy.
So what happened when that flag started burning? Everyone went crazy. And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least that horrible night made you famous.
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon, and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're gonna hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Davisport in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now it's like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, you know, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts, and hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to that, and it's Antifa and many others,
Yes.
unfortunately. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations.
I wished my husband would look at me with desire again, like when we first started dating, and that's exactly
A couple that we're going to, but I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others, but very specifically today it's Antifa, and it's really bad, and we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the cabinet. I have a lot of gratitude, and a little bit about my background. I'm born in Portland, Oregon, from there. And growing up, it's always been left-wing, very progressive, and I liked it. It had cafes and artists and those who lived a bohemian lifestyle. And in 2016, I was a graduate student at Portland State studying political science. I was an editor of the student paper there, a very progressive paper, and I was assigned to cover the election night demonstrations. Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland, and it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This is 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism, some the red flag of Marxism, and within seconds they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to, and I looked up to those journalists, and I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of protest because people were concerned about racism.
motion detected in the front yard.
So for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because it's spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019, it led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine in Portland, and then I was ambushed in a mob meeting. And I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in, and the punches came from everywhere on my head and my face, and I was bleeding out of my eyes and ears, and then they threw all the drinks in my eyes to humiliate me further and to laugh at me. And I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is bleeding the brain, and nearly died. And after surviving that, the reporting that I saw in the media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it because they branded me far right. And some even went so far as to suggest that I may faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide, but this felt so, it's like because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off. But I continued, and then 2020, Portland was really the epicenter of the longest political violence. Those months of riots, I was on the ground, undercover, and there was an assassination there. There was a supporter of Donald Trump named Aaron Danielson who was shot dead by a self-described Antifa member who then fled out of state and died in a shootout with U.S. Marshals. In 2021, I returned undercover, naively thinking that enough time had passed, and was chased through the streets of downtown and beaten, nearly choked out. The person who was trying to choke me out held me so tightly that I had the blood, the vessels in my eyes burst. So one of the symptoms were my eyes were completely red after that, and I was hospitalized. So thank you so much for acknowledging Antifa and for directing your administration to treat them as domestic terrorists. It's going to be really challenging because how they organize is that they are decentralized, autonomous, and they operate on deception. And we're still to this day told that they don't exist, that it's a figment of our imagination. I think the DOJ could look at federal conspiracy charges. The state of California and San Diego County last year broke up an Antifa cell in San Diego. And I think maybe perhaps the State Department should designate Antifa, its international arm, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. So thank you so much for this invitation, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Andy. Great. That's a rough time you had, huh? So the chokeout was almost the end, you felt?
Yeah, that was my only near-death experience in my life, and I'm quite shaken when I think about it now. It really feels unbelievable to me that on the streets of America that this type of violence against citizens could, immediate aftermath of Mr. Kirk's assassination, we saw again that type of depravity play out on quite large swaths of the left. So there's
This $39 Ionic air purifier eliminates all mold in 5 minutes, and nobody believes it's real. No one believed me at first, but now they all want one. My friends made fun of me for buying an Ionic air purifier.
There's a deep sickness that's in this country right now, and it pains me a lot to acknowledge it.
Yeah, the amazing thing is you look at Portland, and you see fires all over the place. You see fights and just violence. It's just so crazy. And then you talk to the governor, and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong. It's almost like, are you waking up from a dream or something? You see it on your network. You see it all over the place, and it's so bad. It's so crazy. It's like in movies you see for the kids. I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie as bad. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here. It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders, people that got shot. They've had hundreds of people shot. And then a guy like Pritzker, or this low IQ mayor, gets up. I mean, he got up, he's got a 5% approval rating. And the people are all against him. They want people to come. Beautiful black women are wearing a MAGA.
Oops, that was me. Sorry.
MAGA hat last night on television. Beautiful people. And they said, we don't care who comes, just stop the crime. They don't care, frankly, they don't care if it's National Guard or military. Send in anybody you want, stop the crime. And they're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that. 50, 60, 70 people over a short period of murdered, actually murdered. Mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered. And hundreds of people shot. They had one weekend where they had like 18 murdered and 71 shot. But they said, you know what their excuse is? Yeah, but it was a long weekend. In other words, it was a long weekend, so that was okay. And then Pritzker gets up and he says, like, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. I think actually they're petrified. You know, their families live there, everything else. I actually think they're scared. Pritzker was a failure in his family. They threw him out of the family business. The guy's a loser. But you know what? They actually, I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around the world, around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni, in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at Usar, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random, it is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much. One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even put glass up. They put plywood on their windows. But most of the retailers have left. But Washington, D.C. was so bad. And Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good, and a month to make it great. And now people are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see somebody reported that she is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, you know, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis, as you know. We're having a great impact in Memphis. It's been only a week, but it's, Cash, I hear it's been amazing what's happening there, just very early. But you take a look at D.C., you take a look at some of the other, we've had a big impact. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it, so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that, and very, very strongly doing that, because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they're just really, they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C. And it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us.
And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then Katie, you'll go, okay? Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why there's such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it if we have large swaths of, these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't want to say that it exists. Because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership, they don't have a national headquarters, so how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? Law enforcement goes after criminal groups that organize to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC, they don't have official membership cards, they don't have a business address, but law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, randomly at the same time to do the same thing, dressed in a very similar fashion, espousing the same ideology. And they say, well, it's an ideology. It's like, well, yes, it's an
I
ideology.
can't check messages right now while this is on Old Uncle Bill. Both my phones are being used. One's live streaming and one's playing the audio. So as soon as this is done, I'll check it out. Sorry about that.
That was probably
Thank you for the rumble.
My most exposure to them prior to this year. I've been at the ICE facility at Broadview. I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, unfortunately, but that's where I grew up around. Like I said, I was in Portland. I was covering the riots in Los Angeles as well, and probably one of the most disturbing parts about that is they were tagging the streets with CJNG, which is Cartel Jalisco.
I can't check the messages, guys. I'm on both phones, streaming and
people who are working basically
a video. So as soon as I'm done,
to say that we're here, we're present, we're gonna attack federal agents and people who are gonna expose.
yeah, I will.
And so,
Old Uncle Bill, I will.
Political violence,
Probably about 30 more minutes.
In this country is not both sides issue. I was, I was at Charlie Kirk Memorial in Glendale recently. Conservative gathering, totally peaceful. It was the most peaceful gathering that I've been at. Every other time that I've been covering violence in the streets, just this year, just this year, it's always been from left-wing people, radical left-wing people, and it's not even just Antifa. The shooting that happened in, the defensive shooting that happened in the Chicago area. That wasn't someone dressed in black bloc. That was just somebody that had taken upon themselves to go out and try to interfere, ram federal vehicles. So people are becoming more and more radicalized, and it was to be expected, unfortunately. And the reason why we're in this position today is because after I was done covering the riots, I was at the border from the San Diego sector all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley sector, covering the border crisis month after month. And we all knew the solution to that. We all knew why it was happening. It's because, well, it's racist to have a border. It's like, well, actually it's not, but okay. And so it required you to come back into office and to fix the problem, but it's no longer just a border issue. It's a nationwide issue, and that's one of the reasons why you got elected back into office, because thankfully the American people said we're not going to deal with that anymore. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, as we've seen, who are willing to take to the streets to do violence. And that's a scary thing, because typically when I was in 2020, I was covering Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I was over in Chaz, and that was to be expected. But now, because the issue of immigration illegal, so I'll just leave that. Thank you so much again for having this. This billions of dollars. We're running and gunning often on our own. We became friends. A lot of us are friends because we see each other all the time, and we became friends because we wanted to have someone watch our back while we're out there. Because like I said, we're just out there, and but we'll continue to do it because it's an important topic. It's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thanks, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Keith, please.
outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause. Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then, that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house
Matt, thank you. Bucked up.
Protesters are conducting.
And Jalen says coffee. I think I'm going to head towards
It's
coffee.
where they're resting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation,
Coffee challenge accepted. Thank you,
I
OUB.
talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if the situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Drinking, almost pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists. And they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys. Because 2 years ago, or back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is. Now, Mr. President, it wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on, and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that one, CNN. The reality is that it was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years, Antifa has been wreaking havoc on law-abiding and innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed and robbed in Austin, Texas by Antifa, that nobody would come to help me. So my plea to the entire administration, especially to the DOJ, is every single radical left-winger who was in front of the ICE facility in Chicago, in New York, in Portland, please make sure that you use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of the terror that we've seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So truly, to the Americans that I speak to on the ground, they feel completely abandoned by their state and local government. So please step in. We have Americans begging for the National Guard, and to the media over here, please report on the truth. Please do your jobs.
Exactly.
I'm an American citizen. Everybody at this table simply views ourselves as American citizens who have an iPhone and the will to actually tell the truth. So please take your job seriously and tell the truth to the American people. And thank you for letting me be here on behalf of Charlie to continue his legacy of cleaning up the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wow, you feel very strongly, I guess.
I'm mad. I got beat up so many times, Mr. President. My friends have gotten beaten up, and I want to cry right now from happiness because we have been completely ignored for so long.
Amen.
For almost 10 years, we've been getting assaulted on the streets. I have watched children cry as their parents have been attacked on the streets. That should not be happening at our nation's capital. So please, again, the DOJ, please utilize the full force and go after each and every single one of these people.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great job. Impassioned. That's important because you should feel like that. Please go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here and bringing together this panel of brave journalists, everybody on this side of the room. And no one can speak to the violence better than these people here. So I think we know that this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money. We followed it to the top of what we call the Protest Industrial Complex, Riot Inc. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros Network, the Open Society Network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella Funding Network, the Tides Funding Network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number 1, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, etc. And then 3, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money.
So wait, what's the catch? That's what most people ask when they hear about California's new RSS.
One other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to
John Brown
attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So, again, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important if you could do that. it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bussed to the protest in DC and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs, I've seen the same signs here in DC and in London as well. It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, like, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. It's the reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law. And why should these people be worried if the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous. And I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's
Thank
so
you very
crazy,
much.
right, Mr. President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Kim.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked.
Really quick, Jalen Format's bucked up, crying he would go to MSNBC and The View with his penny loafers and Speedos. I don't know, I was going to call old Uncle Bill after this. I think we need to investigate Matt as being Antifa. We got to put an Oreo Army investigation in.
Every time I do my job, when I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you is, how would you feel if every time you showed up to work, masked militants tried to kill you? Because that's how we feel. That's our lived reality. And you guys go and tell us that we're liars, the riots aren't that bad, right? I've never seen any of you guys on the ground. In fact, I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published. Stop saying we're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh man, yeah, it's a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question.
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax or any outlet that resembles them. So all you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly talking about.
Which network?
MSNBC for sure.
It's not
what
really
about
a
news site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick. They're sick.
Well, sir, it's also just the stories that they publish about what's the Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting.
Who is that?
MSNBC, for example,
would you rate them the worst?
Probably. They ran a story.
Second?
Well, they ran a story about an operator.
Why did no one tell California drivers about this new rule? If you are currently insured, drive less than 50 miles.
But there's video of that same man charging at the agents with a weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be in the receiving end of one of them. So that's why he was arrested. But the story was presented as if it's a brown guy just simply being arrested. And I've been around ICE agents and I'm a citizen, so I feel fine. But it's just that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's
working in conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media.
Amen.
I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS is a new owner. So we have hope for CBS. CBS is a great new owner, in my opinion. But I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. They changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC. But They are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you gotta do is sit and record, and you'll let the story play out. And that's why they hate us. That's why Antifa targets us.
A level of dishonesty that's incredible.
Yep, sit and record and watch the story play out. Amen.
The answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible, death-defying, election-defying answer, and they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later, having to do with a different subject, but at least it wasn't election-defying. And the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's on Antifa or many of the other groups. You know, you're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because it's the one that's most affecting you, but there are others that are...
The Brown Berets, La Raza,
different people,
all those.
of the world.
Casa.
We're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name's Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative reporter for Frontlines Turning Point USA, also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the press is what I wanted to bring to your attention
So
today.
true. We've covered this.
A report from a Capital Research Center here in DC in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many U.S. cities right now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far left progressive groups
and
tend to be aligned
revolutionary communists.
So finally, in closing, what I wanted to thank you again, Mr. President, is that a few months ago, earlier this year, you put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run. You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa and the far left activists. And finally, I just wanted to say that all of our resources at Turning Point USA and Discovery Institute are at your disposal, and we will continue again to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. He would have wanted us to pursue and chase the story.
Well, he was a good friend of mine, as you know, and he helped us get elected. Us, it really is us. It's even some of them, but not too many of them, not enough of them. And did you notice when we mentioned CNN and MSDNC, press is a big factor. Please, go ahead. Thank you, James.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us all here to bring attention to this matter. You did mention MSDNC, CNN, a handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, various things, but especially what ICE, brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to basically, enforce basic immigration law, right? That everyone seemed to agree with up until maybe a few years ago, a handful of years ago. So once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. And I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in Black Bloc and hurting them and their families. And, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, hunted down and attacked. And so, this is a group that is...
Do not call an attorney if you've been in a car accident. There's a smarter way to get paid a way bigger check without expensive upfront legal fee.
Responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020 when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened in those riots. We're talking about billions of dollars of damage to property and communities all over the country. We're talking about thousands of officer injuries. So this isn't just like some little thing that they're, they punch a journalist here and there. No, they're responsible for a lot of damage and a lot of people that have, unfortunately died and basically suppressing people's voices, And so what I did want to talk about is to get this footage, almost every single person in the room here, to get this footage, you have to go undercover because you are at risk of being beaten or worse. You have to go undercover, you have to film low-key to capture them committing crimes. This is stuff that the mainstream media was not doing and has not been doing. They'll show when Antifa is maybe, it's a little bit more peaceful, and they'll show when it's more mellow, but they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I've personally witnessed legacy media fans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat politicians that are saying, it's just an idea, right? That's all this is, so it's just an idea. After all of this chaos, it's just an idea. Well, that idea has threatened to kill me and many of my friends that are here today. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing this to the forefront, and it's definitely making a big change. Really appreciate you.
One question, so why is it there are numerous groups? I mean, Antifa's terrible, but you have other groups that I guess probably are almost as bad or just as bad. Not one other group was mentioned. I'm sort of surprised at that. You just come into contact with Antifa. It seems to be that you mostly come into contact with Antifa.
With BAM,
there's a lot of
all
overlap, and I would say that, for instance, Jonathan brought up the Democratic Socialists of America. They're basically the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of Democratic Socialists of America who are out there in Black Bloc, hiding their faces. And so I think we use, and I do understand, for the record, I do understand the challenge, as Andy pointed out, with Antifa as a graspable entity. I do. But at the end of the day, when you look at behavior, you prosecute behavior, right? We're not prosecuting ideas or ideology, you're prosecuting behavior. So whether you can prove that this amorphous thing is Antifa or someone has a patch that says Antifa, it doesn't matter. Did they assault someone? Did they assault a federal agent? Were they engaged in rioting? What is it? So they're always using that, they don't call themselves Antifa, even though some of them literally do. It's called Rose City Antifa. How long has it been around in Portland, Andy?
Since 2007.
They call themselves Antifa. In Seattle, I was outside the federal building, and they were yelling, there's no police here, this is Antifa land. And at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Very good. Thank you.
President Trump, I just want to add this real quick because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland Dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people, they call Maryland Dad is this human, he's actually a human trafficking MS-13 gang member that's illegally in the country. But the amount of people on the street that I spoke with that thought that he was a U.S. citizen that was being deported to Uganda. propaganda is dangerous. These people genuinely believe, based on what comes out of the garbage standing over here, that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's
so when you have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, or you have Illinois, which is in a lot of trouble. Chicago's there, you know, potentially a great city again. It's not great now, but it could be great again. That's why we have to get there soon, because eventually you can't do that. What makes a man like that say that things are wonderful? Why doesn't he say, we love that President Trump is going to come and help us clean up Chicago and make it safe again, as opposed to fighting us and pretending that there weren't 50 murders and 200 shootings and all of that? Why is that? Go ahead, Nick.
To spite you. To spite you, to spite the administration. That's simply what it's about at this point. Because, you know, if you go and talk to some of these citizens, like I'll use Portland as an example again because I've been there for so long now. You talk to the neighbors that live in the apartments next door to the ICE facility. They're veterans with PTSD that live there, and they're here all night long, screaming, fireworks being lit off by these rioters, children crying because they, you know, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy individuals, and they're getting no help from their government at all. They've been begging for the noise ordinance to be enforced outside of their apartment complex for months now, and the city of Portland has ignored them every single time. The victims are, as I said, they're afraid, but the governments aren't doing anything because they want to spite the administration. It's all political.
And the politicians make you feel like...
This settlement check completely changed my life. And it came from a car accident I almost forgot about. I never imagined something this big.
Like you're foolish, like there's something wrong with... How could President Trump be saying that about Chicago? And yet, the night before you see that, you know, 11 people were shot. 5 people died, and you have them talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty, and a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too, or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people living? People that can leave, are they living?
I think that they're moving to the areas.
I gotta pause this for 1 second because for some reason maps won't work with that video on. I need to check some on the maps really quick. Yeah. Oh shush. But so far, again, there's a lot of groups. You have the RevComs, you have BAM, you have a lot of spin-off groups that literally do everything exactly like Antifa, especially here in California, especially in Berkeley, especially in Oakland. But I'm glad they hit the topic on the homeless because, again, as I said at the beginning of the show, I still have, on my server, I still have all the videos that we used to record and see when they were doing their little homeless union thing in Sacramento, and it was all the Antifa. That's how we were able to demask some of them. They weren't in black bloc because they thought they were safe, that they were going to be able to continue. I don't know if they're still around, but we uncovered a lot of information on that. So let's see, these two, and then get on the 50 and see how long I'm on the 50 for. Probably to the 5, right? Not making bad timing. We're gonna stop in a little bit. We had a coffee challenge, so I could use a coffee. That's a good idea. I only got 1 cup this morning because we went on the field trip. I'll finish playing this video here in a minute, and then we'll get to chatting. I just got to make sure we get on the right roads here. Be nice to have one of those Teslas right there with full self-driving. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button, hanging out with us. We're gonna have hopefully an epic week. Just pray for safety, as always. This is always a nightmare right here. Oh, is there construction on that side? 45 north. Okay, let's finish this off, guys.
Areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around. It's a very tight shot, if you notice that. She said, Portland's just fine. You know, look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland
Well,
that
she
are
was
very
saying
nice.
that, and there were explosions in the background.
Yeah. I mean, there
We
was a
don't
reason
need,
they cropped it in.
this explosions in the background.
Sir,
Anybody have anything else to say, Elvie?
He does.
And then we'll get you. Will you be taking questions, or to just?
He's gonna take questions in a moment. One thing I want, you can't see the video, but I was watching it earlier. Marco Rubio walks up and whispers in his ear, and he mentions
questions, but well, there's Brian. He's good. But you
watch
know
him. Watch him smack CNN.
If you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked, and a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying, and CNN is dying like a dog.
And
Poor CNN. It's so pathetic.
It is very
You ever see their anchors in the evening? Nobody ever heard of them. Where did these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C. that do a better job.
And it's not hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, you know. It's one of those things, right? Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah,
Are you
very
finished,
much.
Nick? Good job. Thank you very much. Well, you've been through hell, I tell you that, but you're really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm very grateful that my network is partnered up with many of you at the Charlotte Network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well, so thank you for being here. My question is this: in terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is.
We're the Law Brothers, and winning car accident cases is what we do. My neck was hurt after a car accident, and they got me.
Cleared to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a No Kings, basically an anti-Trump rally, can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling into the taxpayer. So my question is to you: what do the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund
You hear that?
No Kings anti-Trump rally coming up?
Well, we just tell me, I would love to do something about that. Bring a lawsuit, do something. You know, the best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You know, you take a look at the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative, then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last election, there were areas that I won by much more. We won in a landslide, but I actually won in more of a landslide than we thought. I said, you got to get out, make it too big to rig. And fortunately, the people made it too big to rig. They tried. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections. You know, if you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media, you need honest elections, and you have a great country, and you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Lieutenant had ties to all these radical groups that you talked about inside here, so thank you for removing
I would like you to make a big deal, though, if they're waiving a fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was it's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it. So maybe you can look into that, Pam. Todd? That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd. Good luck. What network?
I'm with Al Arabiya. It's an Arabic network based in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. But I am the foreign ruler today. Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East on Sunday. Do you mean Egypt and Israel? And would you consider going to Gaza to see what things are around?
I would. I might do that. We haven't decided exactly. I'll be going to Egypt most likely. That's where everybody is gathered right now, and we appreciate that very much. But I'll be making the rounds, as the expression goes. I probably will.
President.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza. You're saying that's the first topic. I'm representing the TV pool, but I'm with NBC, sir.
That's too bad.
Okay. But just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza, and then the second question I had earlier today, you said the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois should be jailed. Have you asked the Justice Department to look at possible charges?
No, I've seen the law, and when you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that that's illegal. What they did is I guess it was ICE, Christie, right? They were under threat, and the police were helping beautifully, and it was fine. And then all of a sudden, a woman was on the line saying, "Everybody, move back, get out." And they were given an order by the second person in the police department, and the governor knew about it, the mayor knew about it. I understand that's a criminal offense. Do you want to comment on that, Christie?
Yes, sir, we're seeing that kind of pattern happen with local law enforcement and state law enforcement, not just in Illinois, but also out in Oregon, too. In fact, in Portland, I was there yesterday, but some of the ICE officers were telling me that as they drove by the rioters that were saying, "Kill ICE agents, Molotov cocktails, melt ICE," that the Portland police were cheering them on and had their fists in the air cheering on the rioters that were threatening their lives. So in Chicago, we had a 10-car caravan trail our ICE officials and pin them down. And those ICE officials, to get out of their vehicles, a woman tried to ram them and run them over, and shots were fired to get them to safety. So it's happening on a regular basis, and any elected official that allows this to happen and gives cover to those kind of individuals who are perpetuating murder should absolutely be prosecuted, in my opinion.
Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And by the way, we have Marco Rubio. Marco, come on up here, please. He's going to bring a little stability to this group. Come on up. Does everybody know Marco Rubio? Is there anybody that doesn't? Some of the reporters don't. That's why they shouldn't be reporters.
Which job is he here for today,
Come
sir?
on up here, Marco. Anything we should know about the Middle East?
That's what I'm hoping to talk to you about here, Mr. President.
He's done a good job. He was born for this job, I can tell you. Daniel, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I have two questions for you, if that's okay. Seamus talked a little bit about the money aspect of this. Do you believe if you go after where the money is coming from with Antifa, in regards to Antifa, do you believe that would be similar to cutting the head off the snake, so to speak? And
It would help. I don't know that it would be totally complete, but it would certainly, you'd knock out 75%, 80%, 85%. These people, a lot of them don't believe it. You know, when I watch them, I say, I can almost tell a pro.
Hey, California homeowner, did you know that if your solar panels were installed between January of 2012 and December of 2024, that
They're like professionals. That's all they do. And they get paid by somebody. I think it would knock out a lot of it. Yeah, not all of it maybe, but a lot of it.
A lot of the people who we've listened to over the last hour, they've emphasized that Antifa, it's not necessarily this big organized thing. It's a bit ambiguous. It's deorganized. I think that's one of the words that Andy used. What is the challenges of going after a group that makes it intentionally difficult to go after and find? That could be for you, the Attorney General, anyone up there.
Well, they're smart people, and they deceive. A lot of them are crooked people. A lot of them have been staying out of trouble their whole lives, and they've been bad from the day they were born, frankly. But these are sick people. Pam, go ahead, please.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years. And that's why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments, to find the criminal conspiracy.
I'm just giving...
Listen to this.
Yeah, I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly, so I will take a couple of more questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. I also have two questions for you, if I may. Have you given any more thought to possibly suspending habeas corpus to not only deal with these insurrectionists across the nation, but also to continue rapidly deporting illegal aliens?
Yeah, it's suspending who?
Habeas corpus, sir.
I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christy. What do you think?
No, sir, I haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
All right, go ahead.
In the ceasefire.
This is CNN speaking, by the way. So,
Are you
this
personally
is
participating?
one of the worst reporters that you'll ever see. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
How will you decide which workers get back pay and which workers do not?
Well, we're going to see. Most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to try and make sure of that. But some of them are being hurt very badly by the Democrats, and they therefore won't qualify. Go ahead, please.
Foreign and people organizers and funders who are located overseas.
Go ahead. In the yellow, please.
So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by many
Many countries. That's right.
countries as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th. And I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history has settled that many, but perhaps they'll find a reason not to give it to me. You know, perhaps they will. Thank you.
Going to the shutdown quickly, what is your position on the extension of healthcare subsidies, which is what Democrats are asking for?
Well, all I want to do is very simple. I want to get the country open, and then we're going to discuss that. And we'd like to. Obamacare is a horrible mess, and it has been from the beginning. We want to make it better, stronger. Even if it costs more money, we want to make it better. The Democrats want to make it worse. The Democrats want to approve health care for illegals coming into our country, many of them coming in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers. They want to give them health care. We don't want that for our people because that's going to destroy the health care that we already have. We'd like to make Obamacare better for people, less expensive and better health care. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
I'm wondering if you've been briefed on the organization and funding of Antifa, and if so, what have you learned?
I have been, and they have pretty good knowledge, but they're going to have a very good knowledge. And I really ask these very brave patriots that we're surrounded with today to let us know, because I think you probably have some pretty good ideas. And even if you're not sure, let us know and we'll figure it out. Okay? If you could do that. You're from Italy?
No, I'm from France. Can you specify how close we are to the deal? Would that be announced today, tomorrow? And do you want to see the hostages released before you travel to the region?
No, I think I'll probably go maybe before the hostages are released or shortly thereafter. Pretty much shortly thereafter. Yeah, please.
Participating in these negotiations.
Go ahead. Who you with?
The Center Square. I had the honor of asking you originally if you would designate Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror?
Antifa? A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you think it would help?
They have foreign
I'd be
links
glad
all
to do
across
it. I
Western
think it's the
Europe.
kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done. Okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Mr. President.
Sounds good to me. Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point.
I think so too.
Participating
On the shutdown, we are now about 1 week away from military service members missing their paychecks.
We'll always take care of our military.
Would you encourage Congress to pass a standalone bill to pay our service?
All right, they're just at questions. We'll get into some of the other stuff here. Gotta see where my freeway entrance is. Good overall. The White House and this administration is taking serious steps. I don't think anybody really seen this type of roundtable discussion coming. When you have these kind of people, they are educated on what's going on. They are on the ground as we are. And that information, and I think the administration knows a lot of this. They know who was burning down vehicles and destroying buildings during Trump's first inauguration in downtown DC. The problem is, again, you don't have organizations like these far left organizations get away with anything if you have law and order. These people have been aided and abetted. I mean, we're driving through Sacramento right now. How many times have we been in Sacramento and watched these police just watch as Antifa destroys vehicles? They assault people. They get away. I mean, we've seen how many assaults last year when we were at the state capitol? It's one of those things. I mean, they literally stole our phone, our tripod, our battery pack, all our equipment right in front of police and ran off, and police didn't do a damn thing about it. Until that changes, nothing will change. Unless they're going to put federal officers everywhere and say, hey, that was a federal crime. Sacramento PD, you're not doing your job. We're going to charge them with a federal crime. It's one of those things that we need a complete overhaul. Whether that's funding, cut funding if you allow domestic terrorism in your city, because that's what they are. They're terrorists. I'm just waiting to get up here and then I'll check the text message. And then we got some other breaking news I'll put out here in a minute. Good news that we've been praying for, so. $76 degrees outside, guys. How's the picture on the this is the first time streaming from this phone. How's the picture look? I think it looks better from what I see. It's gonna be epic. Gosh, a penny loafer factory. I wonder if we can go over there and say hi to Matt. Oh, good. The picture, awesome. I'm glad to hear. Well worth it, man. This thing and this camera on here is great. Once we stop, you gotta check the zoom out on this thing. It's incredible. Yeah, Matt, this thing, it's gonna vibrate a lot, but if you can hold the camera still, you'd be surprised. Look at that. And look how far that car is away. Just absolutely amazing. Debbie says, great, yes. On this next freeway, 1.6 miles, and then we'll be rock and roll, put it on autopilot. left 4 lanes. Woodland, Reading. You know what? We'll be fine without that, Bill. I appreciate it. If we get everything covered for the trip, maybe on the drive home, we'll raise funds to get the Starlink Mini because it is very inexpensive right now. What is it? $299 for the Starlink Mini. It's like $200 off right now. Thank you. But I want to hopefully get the trip funded first before I do anything else, because we got probably 5 nights, depending on how Portland goes. We don't know. We got definitely, we got tonight. Let's see, tonight's, I'll make sure it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. I think we'll leave Portland Sunday unless it's really good. You know, we extend trips. Possibly Monday. So we still have to raise funds for tonight, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and possibly Sunday, 5 nights of hotel and stuff before I raise money for anything. I appreciate you so much, Bill. You don't even know, but I do want one, and I think that would be great, especially the Mini. I know I was talking to old Uncle Bill about that, and so much more difficult to have the large one that we have mounted on a vehicle unless it's a permanent mount. And I think old Uncle Bill, you said you're using the magnet. I know other people that travel using the magnet and it stays on the car. That wouldn't be the case with the big one. Those things are so portable. I don't know if you guys, another reason why I want that one is when we go to events that you don't have to go through security, they actually have, and I don't know if it's from Starlink or not, but they actually have a backpack where you put your battery pack, your portable battery pack in the backpack, and the Starlink Mini is outside the backpack on a base, and you're literally walking around with your own freaking internet right there that's satellite. I've looked at that and I've watched that. So he says I have my own Mini mounted on my truck roof. Yes, and that would be epic. I mean, if we're down there and we need it, we'll do a fundraiser right away if that is possible. I don't have a battery pack with me right now that'll run that, but the thing is that takes like minimal power compared to the large Starlink. If you guys remember, we went through what, 3 inverters, and then it blew out the cigarette lighter in my car. And I'm not even talking about the fuse. I'm talking about it melted the back of the cigarette lighter because that thing takes so much power. But appreciate you, old Uncle Bill. Yeah, so we got probably 4 or 5 nights in the hotel, so we're gonna worry about that funding, and hopefully we can bring you some epic stuff. Hopefully, again, we talked to Quincy earlier. He said they had taped off and blocked off some of the area outside of the, and not just what they did last night. I know what they did last night, but even more so today, and that they're gonna have a presence of Portland PD, which will be interesting for me to film, because just because Portland PD's there doesn't mean they're gonna do nothing. I've seen Portland PD stand around just twiddling their thumbs before. Thank you everybody for the Rumble chat. Let me see if I missed anything on if I missed any donations here to help us out. Let me do this. Thank you for the Cash App. We're here. Oh, look at this little mini truck right here. I kind of want a little mini truck. Little camper shell on it. The old school Nissan. Comment, come on, let's get Josh funded for the time in Portland, then he and I can talk about better streaming coverage. Oh man, so let's pull up some good other information for you all that I'm sure all y'all know. Looks like they're getting ready to do a protest in Chicago right now. They don't want troops there. They hate the police. Donald Trump, I'm very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, and all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. And we thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked with us to make this historic and unprecedented event happen. Blessed are the peacemakers. Amen. Wow. I hope this goes through, guys. I hope this goes through. You know, I know Donald Trump wants that could be saved. The lives that could be saved with all this. And then, again, he said, what did he say in his conference? 7,000 people between Russia and Ukraine died last week. Man, it's just like, we got to value life a little more. Again, they're terrorists, they're all this, but some of these wars are meaningless. I'm not a fan of Putin, and I'm not a fan of Zelensky. Both of them could have ended this war a lot sooner. If you haven't followed me on TikTok, make sure you follow me on TikTok, because I'll probably be doing some TikTok lives. I can't tell you all the details because I can't let everybody know where I'm gonna be at all the time. And yes, I got the gas mask, I got my vest, I got all that goody stuff with me. And I'll also need some help with moderating on TikTok as well. Last time I tried to add moderators, it wouldn't let me. I think I only got one in there. I don't know if she's been in there. MAGA Princess. I haven't seen her in a while. We are on the I-5 North. Not the helmet. My helmet didn't fit anymore. I might pick one up while I'm down there. Might have to pick one up while I'm down. It seems like Portland would have excellent militant shops. I mean, the whole Democrat Party is out there in goggles, masks, and helmets. That's awesome. I bet you the Democrats are pissed off right now that the first phase of that agreement has been agreed to. Democrats love war, they love division. Yeah, I think this picture's coming through pretty good. I gotta turn this air on. 81 degrees now. 81. If I was mad, I would be over here crying and whining. I just can't be out in the heat today, guys. Gonna be cold in Portland, though. I brought my jacket. And one thing that is awesome is I told you guys, if I didn't tell you already, but Krista R., she's traveling right now. She got a hold of me after yesterday's live because I was talking about the GoPro bundle pack at Costco, and I was going to get it, and she's like, get it in Oregon. They have no sales tax. So everything in Oregon, so I'll be getting it there. So if the price is $259.99, I'm going to pay $259.99. From the state tax, at least. Yeah, I think the hotel I looked at was $99. It's not, I don't want to be in downtown Portland for obvious reasons. And then the ones that I did find in downtown Portland, they have that valet parking crap that you have to spend, you know, $35 a night to park your car. I ain't doing that. But it's not too far from, the area. It's just not in downtown, and it's not directly near the ice facility. There was one near the ice facility. It was expensive. Like, I think 5 days was like $1,200, and I was like, dude, would want to stay by the Trantifa group. But I found one. I looked at a couple that are just outside. One was in Tigard, I think you say. But just pray for safety. Everything will work out, right? And I get to go have a bite to eat with Renee. Hopefully there's a truck stop or something up here. I can put some gas in. Hopefully a Pilot or a Love's, because I save 10 cents a gallon. I talked to Quincy a little while ago. As you guys know, he was down there. We're showing you some of his videos. I think it was the night before last, and he went back home, so he made it home safe, which is good. Old Uncle Bill gifted a subscription to Lee Bart. What's up, Lee? Making decent time. I think Shell and Chevron gotta be the two highest priced gas stations. I remember growing up, one of the closest gas stations, the closest gas station to our house was like, and my mom would never stop at Shell. I don't think I stopped at Shell. Karen Sunflower gifted 5 subscriptions. Thank you, Karen Sunflower. If you guys don't have a subscription over there on Rumble, just make a comment, say hello to the chat. You will be gifted a subscription. Daryl, will do. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Daryl. Out of all the states I've been to, the most beautiful state. To the left's the ocean, to the right's the mountains. You're in the center of the valley, Northern California actually, but it is beautiful. Yo Mama was gifted a membership. What's up, Yo Mama? Thank you, Darlene, and once again, Daryl Martin, thank you. Yeah, we're not gonna be stupid. I got a family to get home to. We'll have some really exciting times when me and some of the boys go out if these protests continue. But we want to be on the ground reporting. We want to be showing people, because again, what they talked about in that roundtable discussion. You got people taking pictures out in front of parks in Oregon saying it's all nice and peaceful. But yet, Portland police won't respond to violent attacks from far-left militants. You're the one that pulled the wheel over that way. This car's got a mind of its own. We might run into some service issues a little bit up here. Even when we get back into town, hopefully we can extend the car for just a couple days and chase some police calls. Got Rachel's birthday coming up in, oh my gosh, 9 days. I gotta get it together. 9 days. October 17th. I know KLM79. I like it sometimes. Sometimes it, instead of beeping, it just corrects you. And then other times it wants to beep. Sometimes it does good, sometimes it does bad. Pilot. We got a pilot, guys. We're stopping. We're getting some covfefe and a restroom break. See, there's not even a line there. And it beeped. And it doesn't help that I don't use my turn signal half the time. Oh yeah, 389. That's, well, that's Arco. Where's Pilot? Oh, it's just Pilot. 385, so I can get it for 375. That's better than nothing. Well, it's not better than nothing, but you know what I mean. First fill up in the car. Let's see, where's the gas tank? On this side. She leaving? That way you guys get a view of the store itself. That way, if the place gets robbed, you can call the police. Be right back, guys.
my phone so I can get my rewards number. almost ready to rock and roll. Let me throw this junk away.
Motion detected in the front yard.
I gotta turn that notifications off on this phone. Do that right now, so focus, do not disturb. Alright. Just a coffee, guys. Just a coffee. Looks like they're all set up to go camping. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. We need a camping trip. As long as we're, what happened there? As long as RW don't come along, we can have a good time. Yeah, I'm gonna be jacked up. Gonna get my coffee buzz on. I wish I could get one of those. I was talking to Big D the other day. I hadn't talked to him in a while. And I was like, I'm getting ready to go on the road. The hardest thing, he's on the road all the time. It's just so hard to eat healthy. I told him I have not had Taco Bell. And he loves Taco Bell too. I told him I have not had Taco Bell in easily 6 months. I think the last time Caden wanted a taco in February. And since we were running around with errands, I was like, you know what, we'll go in there really quick. Yeah, Jalen, you gotta pull like 3 trailers when you go camping. Trucking. Got a full tank. That'll get us into Oregon. There might be something going on in Washington too. We're right there. When we're there in Portland, so. Yeah, real sweet. I'm kind of, it's not hard for me to stay away from Taco Bell. I used to love, but once they got rid of the enchilada, there is one thing they brought back, which was a 7-layer. I like the 7-layer without rice. I used to get it all the time when they used to have it. They brought that back, but if I would go there. I would go there and eat nasty food if they just brought back the enchilada, but they refused to do it. Thank you for everyone being in the chat, hanging out in our little drive-in chat today. We are headed up north. We're gonna stop here in probably about 2 hours and grab some grub with Renee O, and then get back on the road and drive for probably another 4 hours. Probably we might get to Portland tonight. If not, we're gonna stop. This bike's hauling behind me. If not, we'll definitely stop somewhere, get a hotel. I don't want to, no reason to burn us out on the first day because we are, there's nothing going on in the morning in Portland. It's all late night stuff. Beautiful area right here. See, look at guys, it's beautiful here in California. We don't have no crime. Yes, why is it stupid? Oh, wait. traffic unless there's road construction. Wednesday Adams, yes, we are heading down there. We're going to see what the Portland police are doing, see how it looks outside our ICE facility. County line. Arbuckle, Reading, 117 miles till Reading. See guys, look, there is absolutely no crime in California. Anybody that says there's crime here is lying. But ICE is out of control. You can't shoot someone in the head with a pepper ball. Absolutely you can. I don't know why they aren't using the bigger rubber bullets. Remember, what was it, in the 2020? The guy actually won a lawsuit, which wasn't fair. But I can't remember if it was Portland or Minneapolis. That guy was flipping them off. They gave dispersal orders like 4 hours before. People were throwing stuff at the officers, and he shoots and hits the guy right in the nuts, and he just went down. It was epic. Arkansas. They're all the way from Arkansas. Check that out. She's all the way from Arkansas. She looked like an Arkansas. I cheated. I usually don't cheat. I put a little caramel in there today. U.S. Senator John Fetterman said, "I congratulate POTUS on this historic peace plan that releases all the hostages now and during peace in the region as possible. Says our parties are different, but we have a shared ironclad commitment to Israel and its people."
Doc, I remember that. Then they used that other stuff, the concussion grenades at J6 that blew off, that was like shrapnel, blew off chunks of people's arms out there. We're gonna hit Renee O tonight for dinner, and then NOLA on the way back home. Getting all the Patriots. Blessed are the peacemakers. Breaking: suspect Jonathan Rinderknecht has been arrested for allegedly causing the Palisade fire, which devastated Los Angeles, leaving 12 people dead and causing nearly $150 billion in damages. Oh, 2 hours ago, appeals court lifts judge's orders blocking Trump from mobilizing Oregon National Guard troops. You gotta love it. Chevy's in the room. What's up, Chevy? Tiger Jaw, Nola, Renee. We talk about it every time. If Bud gets in this lane and hits park. I used to give him a hard time when we were rolling. Yeah, Gavin Newsom tweeted that out about that guy getting arrested too, the Palisades fire. Smooth sailing, guys. Let's keep it up. Let's pray it continues like this. This is what we like to see. Open road. Open road, guys. Lake Shasta. Maybe when we were in Portland, we rented those scooters and had MAGA hats on. They're going around, this is MAGA country, triggering some of the folks. Williams city limits. I bet you don't know anybody in Williams. I bet you don't. 99.999% of you've never heard of Williams. Thank you for putting the links up, guys. Jalen says to help Josh with hotel, food, and gas expenses. Any blessing helps. And the Venmo is at Oreo Josh. Cash App $ Oreo Army or GiveSendGo.com/Oreo 2024. And then our Zelle link is provided on our website, theoreoexpress.com, under the Donate Now button. We appreciate y'all. Thank you for cruising around with us. We got a lot of driving going on right now. Haha, gonna go home, make some din-din. Tornadoes it is. Tornadoes it is. Stop by that AM PM 2 for $5. She'll never live that down. Love's 385. Yeah, so with our 10 cents off, we got it for $3.75 a gallon. Saved like 90-something cents. I just hate spending money on gas. Like, I don't mind. You gotta buy things. It's gas and electricity, the two things that I cringe every time. So pricey here in California for both. Soft shoulder. I'd rather have a soft shoulder than a limp wrist. RW, that's bash towards you. Listen to this. This was CNN.
Israel gets, obviously, blessed are the peacemakers indeed, but it is worth pointing out, this is a ceasefire deal, right? This is not a larger peace deal about a Palestinian state of any sort and who gets to rule a Palestinian state and Israel gets security guarantees, how, and all that. That is still TBD, right?
I mean, yes, but, because the yes, but part of that is that, yes, this is the first phase of this deal where the two key parts of that was a ceasefire and the release of the hostages and also the release of Palestinian prisoners that are being held in Israel.
Single seed money. Obviously, blessed are the peacemakers indeed, but
Trump's not a peacemaker. Even though there's peace, even though they're not striking and killing people, that's not good enough for CNN. You know, if Biden would have secured anything even close to this, they would have kept him up past 6 o'clock just to show him on TV. Got a membership from Karen. Thank you. Listen to this. This was Hakeem Jeffries with Rep. Mike Lawler. It was excellent. I seen it before I left the house earlier. Take a listen. You can tell who's who. You can hear Dollar Store Obama. And Dollar Store Obama absolutely gets wrecked by Mike Lawler. Listen.
From your boss, did your boss Donald Trump
easily extend the ACA
did your
right
boss
now.
Donald Trump
He's
give
not
you?
my boss.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. By the way,
So let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to
Let me
shut
ask
the
you a
government
question.
down?
You
Why
know,
did you vote to shut
let
it
me
down?
ask you a question.
For years, you always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to
No,
make
it's
yourself
sad.
relevant.
It's sad. You could easily sign on to
You're
this.
embarrassing
You
yourself
could
right
sign
now.
on to this. The only
You're
embarrassment
chasing
here is you.
clout. You're an
You
embarrassment.
could sign on to the bill.
Let me ask you a question.
You have 4 Democrats on here.
Let me
Why
ask you a
wouldn't you
question.
sign
Let me
on?
ask you a question.
It's a
Let
clean
me ask you
extension
a
for 1
question.
year.
You voted for the one thing
Clean
up the
extension.
door, correct?
I voted for a
The
tax cut
largest-
bill that gave the
the
largest tax cut to
the largest-
Americans in history,
the
including, by the way, the average New Yorker getting a $4,000 tax cut. Are you against that?
You're embarrassing
Do you want
yourself
to?
right
You want to
now.
cut the standard deduction in
The
half? Is that
largest
what you
cut
wanted
to
to do?
Medicaid in
No, we
American
rooted
history.
out
You voted
waste,
for that.
fraud, and abuse, by the
You
way.
voted
Tom DiNapoli, the
for a
Democratic
permanent-
controller of New
Let me
York,
ask you a question.
pointed out that $1.2 billion
If you're
were
gonna-
wasted.
Listen, you're not gonna talk. You're not gonna talk to
wasted
me. You're not gonna talk to me
fraud
and talk
and
over
non-New
me
York residents
because you don't
getting
want to
paid.
hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why
Go
don't you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut?
Oh,
because you
is
showed
that-
up.
is that the way to
you
talk?
showed up. You showed up.
Yeah.
And so you voted for this one big
I signed
ugly
on
bill.
for this. You can extend it right
A
now.
permanent extension of massive tax breaks for your billionaire
So
donors.
90% of
So they can
Americans,
get a permanent extension.
90% of Americans
working
take the
class
standard
Americans
deduction.
can't. Is that right?
90% of Americans take the standard deduction,
Is that
right?
right?
If you had your way, the standard deduction would have been cut in half. That would have been a massive tax increase on Americans all across the country.
Boom.
Where, unfortunately,
you're against lifting the cap on salt?
Your billionaire donors.
You're the billionaire donors lifting the cap on salt. We put a income cap in place.
Why are you here right now?
An income cap. Well, didn't you want all Republicans to be here? I'm here.
Where are the rest of your
You wanted Republicans to be here. I'm here.
Why are you
And
here?
by the way, you can pass an ACA extension right now. Sign on to this bill. Sign on to the bill.
Is your boss Donald Trump behind it?
HR 5145. Why don't you get on it?
Mike, is your boss Donald Trump behind it?
Why won't you get on it?
Because you don't work for the American people.
Oh, I do. I work for the people of New York. I work for the people of my district.
Is that why you?
I'm here.
You got 140.
And by the way, I voted for a clean CR to keep the government open and funded. You voted to shut it down.
Embarrassing yourself right
Yeah, leader, with all due respect, you're the one who actually voted to shut the government down.
Actually,
It's sad. It's sad. You voted to shut the government down.
Republicans control the House and Senate and the President.
Right, and you're smart enough to know that you need 60 votes in the Senate,
Is
right?
that right? No.
Do you need 60 votes in the Senate
Were
or no?
60 votes needed to pass your one big ugly bill?
Reconciliation, which you did with the IRA,
was
and
60
boy, that really reduced inflation.
Are
You
you
did a
trying to
great job
elevate
there.
yourself because you're afraid
I'm not
of
trying to
losing
elevate myself.
re-election?
No, I'm not going to lose re-election. You spent $42 million last cycle. You didn't do that great.
Why aren't you running for governor right now? Could you spend-
Because I actually
you spend-
enjoy this job, and I'm here to do it. And by the way,
you
you can actually pass
being
a
a
subsidy
Donald
right
Trump?
now
Is
to
that right?
ensure that people don't have healthcare premiums going up. Why won't you support this one-year
Let
bill?
me ask you a question.
Tom Swazi's on it, Jared Golden,
Let me ask you a question.
Marie
Let me ask you
Blusenkamp
a question.
Perez.
Let me ask
Are
you a
they
question.
wrong?
Your
John
other-
Davis?
Your other boss,
Are they wrong?
Your other boss,
Man.
I challenged him to a debate
Yeah.
on the floor. Did he send you?
No, I'm here on my behalf of my constituents because you
right?
shut the government down. And my constituents are suffering as a result of your ridiculous ploy because you're so afraid of Zohran Mamdani. By the way, when are you endorsing?
By the way,
Do you endorse him for mayor?
First of all, are
You're going to endorse him for mayor?
Listen, you're a complete and total embarrassment right now.
Oh, why is that? Because you don't want to answer the question?
Is this supposed to be a video for your failed
You don't want
election?
to. You don't want to answer the question. Do you support Zohran? By the way, did you see his statement yesterday?
Listen.
An embarrassment on October 7th, blaming the Jews. You support that? Should he be the Democratic nominee for mayor?
First of all, I don't answer to you. You
Should
don't
he be the
even
Democratic
answer to
mayor?
yourself.
Should he be the
You don't
Democratic
even- I'll
nominee for
answer-
That was absolutely epic. Hakeem Jeffries just got smashed right there. All that Mike Lawler had was facts and saying it was a Democrat shutdown, and then Hakeem Trump, the same Trump derangement syndrome. It was just epic. Epic. I love that. Poor Jeffries, man. I'm almost starting to feel bad for the guy. Like, he's not even dollar store. He's like nickel arcade Obama. Just wrecked him.
Whatever questions I need to answer about this.
So the Texas National Guard will be deployed to Broadview Ice Facility near Chicago tonight. And now that I hope they come. I would love for the National Guard to come to Portland while we're there. That would be great. LA Forgiven, hello. How are you? That's not a good look for Hakeem Jeffries. He's losing it. They know they're getting desperate. Just such an embarrassment. raids like that in Portland, though. I mean, they're still going on here in California.
The approval of the first phase of the plan, all our hostages will be brought home. This is a diplomatic success and a national and moral victory for the state of Israel. From the beginning, I made it clear, we will not rest until all our hostages return and all our goals are achieved. Through steadfast resolve, powerful military action, and the great efforts of our great friend and ally, President Trump, we have reached this critical turning point. I thank President Trump for his leadership, his partnership, and his unwavering commitment to the safety of Israel and the freedom of our hostages. God bless Israel, God bless America, God bless our great alliance, Netanyahu says. The main goals of Israel throughout the course of this war have largely been twofold since the beginning. That is to eliminate Hamas and to bring the hostages home. So now, Hal, it does seem that Israel is achieving one of its main goals, correct?
Absolutely, and well on the way to achieving its second goal, which is to deal with the threat of Hamas. Now, Hamas's goal is not to be completely destroyed and cease to exist anymore. And so that's something they're going to have to work through. They're going to have to figure out what happens to Hamas, where do those leaders go. This is obviously this is very, very difficult for Hamas to deal with, because essentially this entire proposal process is effectively a surrender document for Hamas in many ways, and so they're trying to work through this. One thing I would point out is, there is kind of a rule that you get even though we're calling this a peace agreement or phase one of a peace agreement, we're putting together obviously the hostage release, the exchange of prisoners for hostages. We're putting a big influx of aid coming in, pulling back Israeli forces on the line. But we're really putting together kind of a big ceasefire right now. Now, ceasefires typically, once in place and held in place for a while, will eventually shape into something larger, like an armistice and a larger peace agreement. Historically, that's been true. On the other hand, the problems with Hamas, the issues of disarmament and giving up a governance rule should not be understated. I think this is going to be very, very difficult for Hamas to fully deal with those issues, to fully disarm. I think within Hamas, and certainly with Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is another group entirely, I think it's going to be difficult to get the rank and file and some of the small units to finally say, okay, let's hand over our weapons. There's just not a lot of trust with Hamas. Hamas doesn't trust the Israelis, and certainly the Israelis do not trust Hamas. And so even with the weapons being turned, if the weapons do end up getting turned in, the great fear will be that there's caches of secret weapons hidden all over the place, ready for the Hamas members to simply run out and all of a sudden rearm themselves. And next thing you know, you got another active, not quite as big as they were before, but a very active terrorist threat of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. That's a huge fear. That's also a fear for the Arab states that put peacekeeping forces, and other countries put peacekeeping forces in there. So there's a lot of things. So there's a possibility that they could get through this phase one, and things could happen, and it could potentially kind of fall apart. And pressure on to get that phase 2 thing put in place. And certainly, there's certainly plenty of stick there. I mean, the Israeli Defense Forces are there, and you've seen that they have tremendous capability. So there's plenty of there that Hamas realizes, but they're trying to fashion some sort of carrot, if you will, for Hamas that would incentivize them, not just looking at military oblivion from their point, which is being destroyed completely, but also what would incentivize them to essentially lay down their arms and lay down their role as a governing organization.
If Hamas was at 100% strength on October 6th.
Okay, we've heard all about that we need to hear right now. We got the sun getting ready to head down. It is 5:42 on the left coast, and there's a no on 50 sign. Make sure if you're in California, you definitely vote no on 50. Don't let Sacramento grab all your power as a citizen of California. That's what they want. I would love to see that fail. Well, we're going to be heading to Portland, but we're going to stop here. Probably won't get to Portland tonight, but we're heading up to Portland. We'll be there tomorrow. I've been on the road for about 4.5 hours now. I'm hoping the National Guard shows up while we're there. I can extend the trip if I need to a couple days. I can't miss the weekend because it's Rachel's birthday next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend is Rachel's birthday, and I promised we would take a drive. We would drive over to the coast and hang out, put our toes in the sand, and get some clam chowder. So if the latest I would have to leave by Thursday of next week, so I could be home Thursday night, so we could leave Friday after Kagan got out of school. Man, she's gonna be 22 years old, guys. Rachel's gonna be 22. Listen to this. Pritzker's so triggered about the National Guard. He went on MSDNC with Rachel Madcow. Listen. Hold on, the volume's not working.
About this call to your fellow governors around the country. What are you asking them to do here to support you?
Well, let's start with that we should stand as one against the idea that Donald Trump has the ability to call up our National Guard against our will. you that just last year,
if you're
Joe
not
Biden,
protecting the people, Trump will.
Tried to call up National Guard, federalize them, to take Air National Guard and move them into the Space Force. And all 50 governors signed onto a letter, including, I might add, Greg Abbott from Texas, saying that it was improper for the President of the United States to call on governors to either send their National Guard or to federalize the National Guard so that the President could use them however he wanted to. Now, this year, of course, Greg Abbott is a tool of Donald Trump. He's his lackey, and he is, in fact, doing exactly what Donald Trump wants and going against exactly what Greg Abbott said he would do.
Democratic candidate from California. Ask you just first about this call to the
Poor you. We had another crazy leftist militant use their vehicle as a weapon earlier today in Chicago. This person was well known to ICE and federal officials. That person has been arrested. So, police, this was a couple hours ago, police took down the Antifa camp outside the Portland DHS facility. And they were upset. Let's see if we can hear them in the background.
Here, pay money. You guys think we won't grow again? This does nothing. This does nothing. Nothing. It's a waste of your money. Look at what you're doing.
Listen.
Do you feel anything? Everybody's screaming because they're fucking doing an illegal seizure. This stuff was done by the community. The community here paid money. All the food, all of the medical supplies, all of the PPE, all of the bedding, all of our power banks, everything. And this is illegal. They gave us no paperwork, no warning. They refused to give us paperwork. So we are going to document every one of you motherfuckers. Every one of you. Pieces of shit.
Ooh.
Piece of shit.
Ooh. That's a cuss jar.
Are.
Where's Pixie at? Start collecting, Pixie.
No, we're not homeless.
No, we're not homeless.
This is the ICE detention facility from Live Music Portland Festival. And these mother effers kicked everybody out yesterday, said, no, we're not going to touch your camp. We're not going to do nothing. They refused to let us in to get any of our things. They refused for us to get medical supplies. They refused all of these things. So they are stealing private property with zero paperwork. They are required to post notices. They are required to give us documentation of what they did, what they took, and where they will take it. This is all legally required.
Big change, really big change.
I love it. I love it. The liberal tears are flowing, folks. Absolutely love it 100%. The Portland, it looks like it was Portland police came by and wiped out that tent, guys. Just what I wish we were there for that one. Oh. And you hear her have to respond in the comments. She was on a live stream while, no, we're not homeless. We're just pretending to be homeless. Where's this at? I'm not sure.
Private property, there's no trespass.
Listen to this.
For your safety. That's all I have to do. That's all I have to explain. This is for your safety. This is where you can protest. No one's going to bother you here. Continue your protest. Continue talking into your microphone.
Listen.
But if you pass this area, that's where it is.
explaining to one of the protesters in Chicago, and listen to her. He said, if you pass that line, you're getting arrested.
This is public property. How am I trespassing on public property? This is America. That's not private property. There's no trespassing on public property. Your answer wasn't really an answer. So if we go up to the fence, our lives are in danger, apparently.
Can you tell us what you're making? That's all I have to do. That's all I have to do. Can you tell us what you're making here?
Karen, thank you so much for the Venmo. Thank you for helping us out. Appreciate you, Karen. And if anybody else wants to help us out for our trip, we appreciate it. We're going to be in Portland tomorrow. We'll be in Oregon tonight, but Portland tomorrow. And I want to thank you guys all for helping us out. Gas, food, and lodging as always when we travel. Thank you for being part of the Oreo Army, guys. We got 2 links on the bottom of your screen. We got our Venmo at Oreo Josh, our GiveSendGo, which is givesendgo.com/Oreo 2024. And we have, let's see, Cash App, $Oreo Army. And if you guys do online or mobile banking and want to give us a transfer through Zelle, our Zelle address is on our website, and our website is theoreoexpress.com. We are doing a drive-in chat heading north, and we want to say thank you. Thank you, Karen, once again for your continued support. Our shipping manager just came on board right now and said, shipped Bill's hat. It'll be there Wednesday the 15th. So old Uncle Bill, your light up Trump hat will be there on Wednesday the 15th. Let's see. Why are these people going so slow in the middle of the road? It makes no sense. Holy cow. Looked like they were smoking a doobie. That's why they were going so slow. I need to get off that crap. What else we got? What was I going to look for? Let me pull that up. $4.23 a gallon. Welcome to California, right? Check Cash App really quick. Sometimes Cash App doesn't notify me. Looks like we might. Just the one from Bonnie before we left. Thank you, Bonnie. Wasn't in hyperspeed. I'm doing speed limit 70. I got it set to 77 on cruise.
closer to Oregon, so you'll smell a lot of skunks. Actually, this is Northern California. You smell a lot of skunks around here too. Probably a weed farm on the other side of those trees. And guess what else I brought? You remember Cliff, SW 9mm in the chat over there on Rumble? He gave me those, got me a big package of those $100 bills that you fold up. It makes it look real, and when you pick it up and you open it up, it says Trump is your president. There's going to be some of those outside the Portland ICE facility this weekend. In a while. Lots of weed farms and shops here. Yes, I remember back in my party days, all my buddies used to go up to Oregon because all that was in California was what they called stress, just nasty stuff that smelled like diesel because it was packed into diesel tanks so it could be hauled from Mexico. And everybody would go up to Portland, or not Portland, but Oregon, so they could get what they called the good stuff. There was a lot in Humboldt too. Humboldt County was big on growing weed. Even before it was legal, the sheriffs wouldn't do anything up there. There's actually a, I don't know if it was Netflix, Amazon, but there was a documentary I watched a couple years ago on it. What was it called? Killer Mountain or something? That's what I was gonna do. I had to go to my, totally lost my train of thought. Away, Renee. 45 minutes away. Averaging 36.1 miles per gallon. And we are in eco mode. Rachel almost made us late to the pumpkin patch today. I had to put it in sport mode for a little while. car trouble. Hood's up on that truck right there. That's never any fun, especially out in a place like this. Got a fat burger there. A casino, resort and casino. They look pretty busy. Economy must be doing pretty good. I'd be a little bit more tired on this drive, at least not right. Look at this camera, it's just absolutely incredible. Oh yeah, it went into the trees right there. Prayers for that person. That's scary. Pray, I have a bad feeling, but pray that they're okay. Pray that they are okay. So this new phone, man, and I told you guys, my live streaming phone has been a 13 since the 13 came out. They've upgraded the antenna since then. They've upgraded the cameras every time. And so when I checked it out, what they would give me on the trade-in, it was very similar to my Verizon phone. I was like, oh, hell, I'm stupid not to upgrade right now. And I had to pay the taxes on it. But when I seen the clarity of the camera and how far it'll zoom in, I was like, oh, I need this. I need this. And I told you guys earlier, we got a donation for the GoPro that's earmarked for the GoPro, so we're gonna buy it here in Oregon in the morning, because Oregon doesn't have that sales tax that California does, so we're gonna save money. That is epic. The GoPro Hero 13 Black, and it's got the very similar to the glasses I wanted. I can sit there and say, you know, GoPro record, and it'll start recording, so I don't have to have it recording through the whole thing and wasting the battery. It's an hour and a half on high definition, and approximately 2.5 hours recording on standard high definition. So we'll be playing with that, and I'll be uploading. And the cool thing is I can go from the GoPro straight through the phone, so I can upload the videos pretty quick. I'm excited. I am excited. Thank you. Man, Uncle Bill helped us out with our mics last month. Helped us out with the rental. I mean, we're moving, guys. We're moving. Thank you all for the blessings. None of this is possible without you. I do appreciate it. Like I said, I'll know more about getting my original YouTube channel back possibly next week. I have some things I'm looking into, and if we get that back, we're gonna get all our equipment upgraded and replaced. Like the computer at home needs it desperately. That thing, it was like $29.99, and so if we don't get YouTube back, it'll probably be the next September, about 11 months till we can get it, but it'll be epic when we do. I actually got to call Will Johnson and get some more specs on that. wish, Renee. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if YouTube gave us back pay, we would actually we wouldn't be renting cars, we'd be driving in a new Speedwagon. Not a new one, new to us. I'm not gonna buy a new car to do what we do, but get a low mileage car. Because we put a lot of miles on that Speedwagon. Beautiful out here, open road, all kind of orchards. Beep, beep, beep. Don't know if we're getting it back. We're gonna try a lot of different ways to try to get it back since we were politically censored. Just pray for it right now. That's what I've been doing. I've been praying over it. So they've opened up the streets back in front of the ICE facility about an hour ago, it looks like. The guy that assaulted Tommy last night was arrested and charged with robbery and several misdemeanors. So that's great news. Chicago's going to be off the hook tonight. Going to be interesting. I can't wait until those hostages are released. That will be epic. Epic. That coffee's almost done. Perfect timing. About 30 minutes away from meeting Renee right now. I get to call home, FaceTime my little guy. Sunset about ready to happen. Red Bluff, California. It's literally red right here. Oh, and look at that truck in front of us, guys. It knows we're coming. It knows we're coming. In and out. Quality you can taste, guys. That is the truth. Something going on the other side of the road. Someone get pulled over. They're pulling someone over. No, that was another fire truck. Yes, James. We'll be in Portland maybe tonight, but most likely tomorrow. We're still in California. Been on the road for about 5 hours now. Got another, I don't know, 7 hours. Maybe less if the traffic continues like this. Fishing pole for the drive home. Go out there, do a TikTok live for an hour, see if we can catch anything. But I was like, nah. I'll take Caden fishing in a week or so. It's perfect weather for fishing right now in the Central Valley. Get out there in the morning, it's like 60 degrees, and by 10 a.m. it's about 72.
at the, what was that? Can't remember what reservoir that was. And all three of us caught a fish. Rachel, Caden, and me. All largemouth bass. Mama Bear, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Patriot Roy D, how are you doing? Mama Bear 12 was gifted a membership. Look at how beautiful that looks. God's country. We might run into more than just two Patriots. We got Renee and Nola on this trip, and then there might be some that show up in Portland. I always try to get a room because it's the same price for one king bed or two queens. I always try to get two queens because someone shows up, oh yeah, I don't have a room tonight. Crash out. Crash out. Thank you for being here, right? That's what we did when we went to Phoenix. Had our buddy Cruz and his cousin. But that day, I messed up on the booking and I got a king. But it worked out. It had a big floor. Dark here pretty soon as well. Have my boy Roberto up here. Yeah, this is a really nice area here. I don't drive this area very often. I've drove it plenty of times, but I think the last time I drove this area was with the convoy, right? I think driving to Portland, I think we 3 times, including the convoy, and then I flew up there twice. I don't know why that thing goes black on me like that. Let's see where our service is. All right, guys, so I'm going to cut this out. I will be back live after dinner for another fun drive-in chat. Thank you for being with me. Give me about probably an hour from now, and we will be back. Hopefully, we got enough service through some of the mountains. I know it's going to be shoddy, but want to say thank you to everybody for being with us. If you guys want to contribute to the trip for gas, food, and lodging, you can head over to Venmo at Oreo Josh, Cash App, $ Oreo Army. We also have our GiveSendGo down there on the bottom, which is givesendgo.com/Oreo 2024. And as always, if you do mobile or online banking and want to do a Zelle transfer, our Zelle link is on the website. Our website is The Oreo Express. A blessed evening for a while, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you for hanging out with us, guys.